Okay, so sorry about that, folks. I disconnected again. OBS disconnected me, and it dropped a lot of my frames. So that was not fun. Sorry about that. I don't know why this is dropping frames so much now. So after today, I'm gonna have to go reset my modem, see what the heck's going on with this, because it's just ridiculous how much dropped frames is happening right now. So hopefully you find this again. Hopefully you find this well. Right now, there's lots of dropped frames. And we are back live. Okay. Man, that's so annoying. Hey, what's up, Lions Fit? Sorry about that. Hopefully the other people find my stream. I've had to restart it a couple times now because the dropped frame rate is really bad, and OBS drops me with internet and NinjaTrader and this computer in general. This internet service provider keeps on dropping me, so not too much fun here. So we're seeing accumulation to the buy side here. I'm not seeing a major entry or anything like that. I'm just seeing continued movement higher. So what we'll watch out for is New York open kill zone. I do need to reset up my trade copier now that Apex and my internet dropped me, so that we can show trades on Sim. So we're going to copy everything over to Sim 1. Sim 2 1, Sim 1, Sim 1, and Sim 1. All right, so we're going to copy our trades into Sim 1. We will first start off with 48. Okay, good. Okay, team. So let's hope that we don't get dropped again. All right. Yeah, that'd be nice, right? That'd be nice to get a 5K payout. But sadly, we are not going to get there with our risk management. So we're seeing, let's go to the chart and actually look at what's happening in price here. So we're seeing that we have that hourly fair value gap, right? And I need to move Asia. Let's see, Asia here. That's roughly Asia's range. Okay. I'm actually gonna get rid of this for the time being. So we're looking for evidence here that we are heading higher and maybe a drop back down into this buy side imbalance here. I need to see actually, let Let me get rid of some of these as well. I don't need this anymore. Let's get rid of this, get rid of this. Get rid of these lines as well, because we used them already. Let me get my midnight opening price over there too. And I can get rid of this as well. And this as well. Great. Let's get our midnight opening price so I can take a look and see where that compares to. All right, so this cyan line is what I'm moving around on a different screen, right? So this open at midnight 17,530.25. Okay. Give me 1 second here. All right. Void. Yes, Clarity, we're back. Phoenix, thank you. We're back. Yeah, sorry about that whole OBS thing in the morning. Something's weird where every single morning it's dropping packets, so I don't know what's going on with it. It eventually seems to work itself out, but not until I get dropped from the first stream. So, kind of annoying. But so we're seeing so we saw buy side be taken there. We're seeing accumulation down to manipulation back up. And then we're seeing buy side continuing to be taken. I'm looking to see if we get sell side taken when we head down to this area. But we'll see. Void, I will not be trading anything other than New York Open Killzone. Just because I have work. So we'll be trading, we'll be looking for trades in this time frame, yes, but so right here I might consider right now my bias is to head up to take out this relative equal high. It doesn't have to do that right now, but I am looking at this as a potential to stair step its way back up. I'm just not seeing a high probability setup right now. I need to look at the 15-minute chart here. So on a 15-minute chart here, midnight open. And we have the 8 o'clock opening prices down here at New Week opening gap. Hey, Karen Zarama. Good morning. Good to have you here with us. Okay, so we have the New Week opening gap here. We traded down first and are heading upwards. So you can kind of see how there's a lot of liquidity being formed, both on the buy side and down here on the sell side. There's liquidity down here. There's pools of liquidity right here, here, and here. And then there's liquidity here, 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 and here. But we went and just took out a really key long-term high. So I'm looking to see if we end up continuing higher or if we are going to reject and see our quarterly shift. I'm looking for a quarterly shift if at all possible, but so far nothing that I feel confident taking. I do see that once we took London's, so once we took out London's low, let me see if I can make this a little easier to see. So once we took out London's low, we've been in a kind of like a movement higher to tag this premium SIBI, right? And we're currently respecting these bullish order blocks are currently still being respected. So I'll take a, I think that will head lower still, but you're saying looks like a rejection on 570. A rejection on 570. Now, keep in mind, I think our charts are probably different. If you're not using NinjaTrader, then your levels probably don't mean as much to me. But we have rejected this old monthly high here. I don't think we're going to stay rejected, but we came back down. I think we're going to continue to stair step higher. But I'm looking at the 650 time frame now, and I want to see, I'm going to test something out here and see if we get this volume imbalance down here. I'm going to see where price goes, and my stop will be very, very tight. It's going to be, oh, don't run away without me. I don't love this, actually. I'm going to remove that. I'm just looking at the 1 minute time frame. It just doesn't feel, because like there's this high, low, higher, high, displacement lower. There's this whole SIBI here too. That I'm watching out for on the 1 minute time frame. I don't like going into this because I would have preferred being in right at that take on London lows, on that once we took out London's low there. That would have been a nice retracement to be back on at 5 in the morning or 5:45 a.m., but I missed that. So I still am of the impression that we're heading to this 17631.25 today. But I want to see how price reacts at this SIBI. MSD, yes, I think that sell side liquidity you framed going to be first accumulation or low risk buy after that smart money reversal. Yeah. Yep. I agree. Yeah, so we will see if we get that or not. If we can close over 425 minute time frame gap, it should take 415 high. Yeah, potentially. I mean, we have to see how it reacts here. Right now, we're in the middle of this dealing range, which is in the middle of this dealing range. And in actuality, oops, what just happened there? 17,409.25. So this whole dealing range, we've come down to well below the 79% optimal trade entry here. And we've started to see lower lows, but not higher highs until we hit this one here. And that's even a lower time frame one too. Like if we look on the 4 hour, we saw a break above, short-term low, could not break lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. So it's not guaranteed that we head higher. We have not been breaking short-term highs, so it's not guaranteed that this needs to stay higher. In fact, if we start to see displacement here, I might take this short to these relative equal lows down there. So what is this? What is this low? 17,540.25. I'm looking to see what kind of price we get here because we've been slowly stair-stepping up, right? Let me see if there's anything on the 5-minute chart. We came down to a 5-minute SIBI. Okay, so now we see a slight shift on a very slight shift on a 15-second chart. I need to see if there's a fair value gap for me to enter short on. Let's see. There's a volume imbalance here. There we go. Okay, I want to see if it gives me this volume imbalance here or not. There we go. Oh, it only took one? What? Okay. So I'm testing this out here. Stop is going to be below this low, and we might get stopped out here. So don't follow my trade. I'm just testing the waters out to see because I think there's one PD array broken. There's another bearish PD array there. And I can move my stop to here roughly and still be okay. So I'm going to test a short out here. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but testing it out here. It's target would be the short-term low, but we've been heading up higher, so I mean it's very possible this short does not work out, by the way. I'm just testing the waters here. We did head to that SIBI and reject, so I'm looking to see if that was a valid one, or does the 15-minute bullish order block hold true? That's what I'm really watching out for. Does this hold true here? And it looks like it is. So if I start to see continued movement here, I'm going to have to collapse this trade. All right, had to collapse it. So we're seeing this order block respected here. 5-minute order block, there's a little bit larger range here. Goes all the way up to here, pretty much. So we're still seeing movement higher. So that was a nice little lower time frame pickup of additional buy entries, it looks like. Now, do I think that it's going to head all the way up right now? I guess it could. We're still seeing pretty high movement. It is 7:04 as well. So I need to see, we just took out buy side again. Let's see if we get a return back to back here. Ultimately, I am looking for a price to head lower at some point. I want to target this whole area down here, this resting liquidity down here, but I'm not seeing evidence of it yet. And so, what I think this is going to aim for is this relative equal high today, but first, this short-term high at 1792. So right now we're at a 5-minute SIBI, and we're breaking through it actually. So let's see if it breaks through here. So London was a movement higher, retraced, took out south side, picked up some more orders. And I think we're doing something similar here. We will see how this plays out, but hey, good morning, Delphine. Good morning, Steve A. Good to see you. Did you all have a good weekend? All right, so we're seeing rejection off of this again. Buy side liquidity is still being taken so far. So we reached a premium PD array within this range, within this little range here, right? So let's see. Went down, picked up some more orders there. And 5-minute, it does look like it's holding for the time being. But it is rejecting off of this PD array. So when I see a true market structure down to these relative equal lows, if I see one, a valid one, not just a go down to take some more sell stops, right? So where is the higher time frame doing? So price traded down to on the 15-minute, price traded down to an old order block. And what time is it? 7? Let me see. Let me try going long here. I'll see if this stops me out. If so, then I'll know that we're heading lower because I saw immediate reaction lower there. Like pretty immediate. So I'm going to close out of this actually. That was interesting because I saw immediately once I bought, I saw sellers come in and take that. So we'll see if this short continues to work or not, but if not, so be it. Well, this is, as you can see, we're getting squeezed out again. So it does look like it wants to head higher. Switched out. We will aim for the highs up here. And we will see how this turns out. My contention is that it may reach for the rejection block up here. But I'm also cognizant that we took out sell side liquidity at first, even on the 4-hour especially. So I'd like to see if we reach up and expand to take out this sell side liquidity on the 4-hour chart first, which would put us up at that midpoint here. So we will add one if we come back down to this volume imbalance down there. Let's see, is there one down here as well? Riding 2, nice job, Phoenix. I really don't like this, but we are seeing these PD arrays be respected. So for the time being, I'm looking for us to at least come up to target the rest of this SIBI and this short-term high up here. We came back down, fair value gap. Bullish order block being respected there. Okay. 1 minute. Bullish order blocks also being respected so far. Okay, so doesn't look like we'll come back down here. Let's see. We are rejecting in this area, like, quite nicely, so we'll keep this in mind on the 5-minute chart, that we could return down to a bullish order block. So we are at, remember, we are at this PD array, this premium. Okay, well, let's see if I'm back online. Here we go. All right, so we came down to a lower time frame buy side imbalance. And And if we see, we have to be really careful here. Uh-oh, my data is dead. Now I have to reconnect because my data dropped. Because my internet service provider is absolute trash. Let's try this again. Oh, even Rhythmic disconnected. My goodness, what is going on here? So I think Rhythmic is maybe down? No, it's just not connecting. Uh-oh. All right, there we go. Rhythmic just took a while to connect. Let's see if I can get my data back now. Hopefully it's not stalled too badly. So far on looking at this on a mobile, so far still order blocks being respected here. There's a volume imbalance we're trading to here. Let's see if this is still in motion. Can't tell. I think my data is loading. Abraham TK, DOL seems to be previous day's high. Maybe. We'll see if we get up there. Right now, I'm having internet issues. There's something wrong with OBS, the data it's sending, YouTube streaming, and as well as the movement here. So it looks like I probably just got stopped out there because I can't tell what the heck is going on with my stupid orders, because this is constantly disconnecting me. All right, well, I can't even tell what's going on. Like, you can kind of see this data, it keeps on like loading perpetually here. And it does look like we're rejecting. And right now, my data is so screwy right now. Okay, we might end up having to reject here. That's a pretty big retracement down there, so we're gonna close, and we're looking at this as a retracement here, but I want to see it some more volume. What the heck is going on here? This is so laggy. Oh my goodness. It keeps on disconnecting me here. Okay, I can't. This is going to be too hard to trade on this. This is ridiculous. Okay, let's try this again. I got stopped out. I don't know what happened there. There was this really weird price action there, but we do see continued wick downs that get bought up. So I'm gonna, yeah, I agree. It does look bullish on the 15-minute. It does seem to constantly being bought up when it heads down, right? So we'll see. what we'll do is we'll set a limit there, but we'll sell for the 6 here at that previous high. So so we're noticing the signatures there. Every single time it heads down, it doesn't make a lower low, and it keeps on getting bought up there. So it feels like accumulation right now to head higher, but again, we're in this weird little Sibby zone here, but it does feel like it's getting bought up each time it heads down. So we'll hold this for the time being. Hopefully the connection stays here. I'm just hoping the stream is still live. Sorry for all the technical difficulties, folks. This is not your fault. This is my internet service provider's fault. Okay, good. Good. Well, Phoenix, what you see as support could quickly turn into sell too. So, and we did reject off of that 5-minute Sibby there too. So if we start heading lower, then that sell side liquidity, relative equal lows that I marked out here, that's what I'll be aiming for. Right now, I do agree. I would rather it continue higher, but this type of price action here, it's kind of difficult to say. On the hourly chart, it seems to have taken this area out, and right now it's kind of just it is rejecting off of the Sibby that we pointed out on the 5-minute, right? If we see it go below here or here, well, that'll be the next tail. So it's looking pretty weak right now, like in terms of continued upside. The 15-minute fair value gap got respected. Brandon Marks, dollar index heading lower, potentially. Let's take a look. Dollar on the daily is still in the consolidation range. I have it actually reaching up to these relative equal highs up here. But on the day, it could be heading lower to take out this short-term low, yes, potentially. Or to this fair value gap here, yeah. Possibly to this order block. Yep, I agree. What is it doing on... It's kind of just been hanging out here. So with dollar, look at it on a 4-hour chart. So dollar has been consolidating and accumulating. It's taken out sell side, then taken out buy side, then taken out sell side, then missed buy side, and then it hasn't taken, it's been accumulating since then. Yeah, so this high of 103.50, 542. We'll see if it breaks here or not, if it gives us a imbalance or if it takes this order block and continues higher to this rejection block over here. This one over here. But yeah, good call there. So we'll see how it reacts here. We'll keep that around. Let's see how the other indices are doing as well. E-mini S&P also has a short-term high up here to reach for. The Dow has the same short-term high to reach up for too. Rejection blocks here potentially. Rejection blocks up here as well. NASDAQ is the same above at that high here. There's a rejection block too. So maybe we'll need to consider a smaller profit at the high of that. So this open is 17,581.50. So maybe it heads up to there only. So dollar hasn't reached that high just yet. So let's see if it respects that order block on the dollar and continues to head higher. If so, we're going to end up seeing lower prices potentially. Oh, let's see. What is this level on ES? This open is 4922.25. Buy side liquidity. ES is heading for its rejection block. This up here, we'll sell one up here. So ES is heading up towards its rejection block right now. What is the Dow? The Dow is doing something similar. What is this open here? 38276. Okay. So we need to see. ES took out London's high. Yes, that is true. NASDAQ came down to a fair value gap on the 15-second to pick up some more orders there. Good observation, Clarity. Yeah. Both the Dow and ES took out London's high. whereas NASDAQ has not yet. So something to keep in mind here. So you can kind of see how we have Dow on the 15-minute chart, took out London's high here. E-mini on the 15-minute chart also took out London's high there. NASDAQ did not. So this, if this starts to head lower, we have a higher high to a lower high, higher high to a higher high, higher high to a higher high, right there. So we need to see it came down, took out sell stops there, came down potentially. So we're going to have to see a push from ES if we're going to see movement higher here. But so far, the SIBI has proven pretty good over here. And if NASDAQ starts to really break down, then let me see what is dollar. Dollar reached its bullish order block there. So NASDAQ taking so let me move this back out of the way. So if NASDAQ starts to really bust down, that would be a potential as well. So I went to take out some sell stops there. And it is continued to be bought up. Very interesting. Dollar is starting to see some movement. But with NASDAQ, hard to say. It's in this little consolidation zone right now. So we'll watch ES closely as it approaches its rejection block. And same with the Dow. And we'll see if NASDAQ performs the same. It's the hourly candle at 2 p.m. Friday. Breaker. Let's see. Hourly candle formed at 2 p.m. here. Low, high, lower, low, taking out a specific area. Possibly. Definitely possibly. It took out sell side liquidity here, but the problem is there's other resting liquidity right beneath this. So now we have a giant pool of liquidity just waiting down here, right? So, yeah, it's possible that this could act as one, but it's not a clear one to me. But we did take out sell side liquidity with it, so it's definitely possible. All right, I'm gonna close this long and reverse short here. And if it goes against me, then I will be a retail trader, basically. So I want to target the London low here. I want to frame it in that, hey, we traded up to that SIBI. we traded up to that SIBI. We're currently rejecting from there. And we want to start to see real movement towards that relative equal low down here, with the potential to head down to this BISI for New York 9:30 a.m. That's my thought process, at least. If we can get displacement, is kind of key. We need displacement below these lows. If we don't get displacement, then nothing's going to happen. But on the 15-minute chart, it's looking like it wants to maybe go down to target these lows, unless it keeps on getting bought up here. I'm going to be looking for opportunities to head short. I'm not seeing major. Oh, now I am. Okay. Starting to see some more displacement here, which is good. That means I can look for areas to pyramid in. So now I can look on a lower time frame and sell bearish order blocks there. If I can get those orders or not, we'll see. Oh, I don't think I'm going to get that order. Maybe we'll. Volume imbalance. Let's head back up to that volume imbalance. Good. Okay. It's fine. So we like that. We're seeing displacement here. So what is it going to run for next? Well, what's the resting liquidity waiting here? It's at these relative equal lows down here, right? So 17,540 is what I'm going to be looking for. We will keep our stops, we'll put our limit order a little bit above it, right? But see some volume imbalances we could potentially reach up to, where I will pyramid in if we get them. See some liquidity voids up here as well. So 2, if we can get up here, I'll add to this position, pyramid in. Don't need the pyramid anymore, but should take out that high there. And then price continues to. Now there is a short-term low further down as well, so keeping that in mind. On the 15-minute chart, there are short-term lows here and here. So we just broke through this one here, and there's this one, and there's this one. So we're now reaching up into a previous SIBI that's combined with a fair value gap. And we'll see if we reach for that sell side liquidity then. There was no internal range liquidity there, except for, sorry, no imbalances to look for. So it might have just bounced, taken out some of that sell side liquidity, internal range liquidity. But so far, so good. We'll see if it reverses or not, but it did take out a couple of areas of liquidity there, and there. It's close. It was close to this one, but it didn't take it out. So we'll monitor this. So there is a 1 minute bearish order block. So now we're gonna take a look at this here. We have this area as a bearish order block here. So we'll watch this closer now. Let's see how we react here. 2 minutes left on the 15-minute candle. 5-minute candle could also have a 5-minute candle has a bearish order block a little bit higher, but we would like to treat that as a breakaway gap on the 5-minute chart. You can kind of see this here. I'd like to see remain open. I don't want to put a box there. Let me put lines instead. I want to see that remain open, basically. So we're reaching up into a 1 minute bearish order block here. So how this 15-minute candle closes is going to be pretty important. If it just spikes all the way back up, then, well, you know where it's going. Let's see. Dollar index has headed lower, so a little less correlated at this moment, but that's okay. ES also failed to achieve that rejection block. Same with the Dow. Not to say it won't happen again in the future, but yeah, clarity, no clean read, just painting. Yep. So this is, if it reaches above that bearish order block, then we need to consider closing out because it's going to continue reaching higher at that point in time. Very difficult to read these Mondays. And we will have to be careful here. We just took out went to that bearish order block on the 1 minute chart. Okay, so we want to keep it within this area. If it starts to go above this order block, then we need to reassess. I don't want to see it, as long as it doesn't go above these two lines, I will be okay with leaving that. On the 1 minute chart, there is a little sibby here, if you can see it. Very tiny little sibby right here. Now, note as well that sell side hasn't been taken yet, but we did create, if this holds, and if these hold, we did create a short-term, lower short-term high. So it really just depends now, will it hold here, or is that displacement true displacement, or was it just a run on stops for us to head higher? So let's see. All right, so we just got a run on stops again. That's displacement on the 1 second chart, but is it gonna just be bought up here, or is it gonna drop out here is the question. All right, so I'm seeing further displacement. Good. And I do think we're gonna head towards that. So what I can do now is I should be able to move my stop to above that sibby. Should be safe enough to do that now. And now we're seeing displacement there. Good. We can add 3 more here. And then that will be our full pyramid, if we can get it. If it'll let me get it. Let me get the last 2. Don't leave. Oh no, it's gonna leave me. Is it gonna leave me, or is it gonna let me take those? Oh, it's gonna leave me. All right, so we should now see some pretty, we should be able to now shift our stop loss to cover costs here. And we wait for terminus being sell side liquidity down here. There's this area of sell side liquidity though, be careful, right? So just took this out as well. I want to see if it's going to come reach for this sell side liquidity again, or if it's just going to keep dropping for the higher time frame sell side liquidity. I don't think I'm going to get my order again, so I guess I'm going to have to cancel this order here. Stops can be moved in profit now. We shouldn't fear getting back to roughly this point, but I think for safety measures, I'll just keep this up here. I don't think we're going to head back up to it, but that puts us above that bearish order block there. And I'd like to see some big, so this is a mini market maker sell model here that I'm seeing within this range, consolidation, bearish order block, or sorry, sell side imbalance, sell side here, so we could potentially see some movement higher but I do want to rather see it accumulate. So first distribution, right? Accumulation, first accumulation, second accumulation, terminus, first distribution, second stage distribution, terminus is what I'm looking at here. 17,540 is what I'm looking at next. So let's see how this reacts there at that low. We should see accumulation here. And then if it is willing to head any lower, this puts me at pretty much break even here, by the way. You did see me take a loss in the morning, right? So this, where we're at right now, would basically mean I'm break even, but I'm holding for terminus, or to, if it goes and gives me indication it's going to reverse, well, then I will consider stopping out less red, basically. But I think we're going to get our second stage distribution here and potentially aim for this low, maybe this low. Okay, so we just took out that low. Short-term low there. We aren't seeing a reversal just yet, but it can reverse here. So we have to be really careful here, right? If we start to see big green candles, then we might need to reconsider our position. Right now, our stop can probably be safely moved to the midpoint of this bearish order block here. I don't want to see big displacement to the upside, though. I want to see it reject off of this. I want to see it reject off of this as a mitigation block on the lower time frame. Okay. So we see that people went long here. These shorts are now needing to be mitigated. If they are not, if we see displacement higher and we don't see immediate mitigation from here, then it's possible that we see a reversal here. Which would not be great. Okay, there's a SIBI it came up to on the 1 minute. It's fine. It's permissible. Bearish. So it's now squeezing. It might take us out here. So I took out a lot of late shorts for sure. So we weren't guaranteed to head any lower than this, but as you can kind of see, we took out this short-term low, and then that was kind of it, right? So we're probably going to get stopped out here. So let's see. If we see continued growth higher, then we might get stopped out. Otherwise, it's going to run for the following sell side liquidity resting below here. Dollar is rising. NASDAQ is rising. All right, we're gonna get stopped out here, I bet. I mean, I'm gonna move my stop up just a little bit, but cover costs. But if we get stopped out here, then that's it. So the last line of defense is right here, right at that SIBI on the 1 minute. So this is the absolute last line of defense here. This sell side imbalance right here. I didn't want it to trade up here, but it does look like it's going to take us out. So let's see how it trades here. I'd prefer us to get terminus, but it is what it is. We traded up into that SIBI, and now we're kind of we need to see how price trades here. We need to be really, does it bust open? Does it really burst open and just not take out sell side liquidity anymore and just, you know, not respect this at all? Dollar is rising. Dollar came down, picked up some more orders. Now we need to see displacement. Otherwise, this is going to continue heading higher potentially. You can kind of see 5-minute chart. We came up to that SIBI here. Last line of defense. Doesn't look like we're getting a lot of traction to the downside. So maybe this is a reversal point. That would be sad. I would prefer it would have gone for these relative equal lows down here. So if this starts to bounce from here and create higher highs, that's the kind of thing that you're going to be watching out for. Does it bounce at this, or does it continue all the way down? Because it just got a lot of people long on that, right? I'm taking out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sell side liquidities on the 1 minute. So does this treat this as a buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency? Right there. Looks like it might be. So we're going to probably get stopped out here. Very sad. I wanted to go all the way down to terminus, but I guess I should have taken some profit there when it hit this short-term low. That's what you get for being greedy. Your original play gets stopped out, and we reverse. So we still see London's high there. I still see it as a viable potential. I see that ES traded down to a volume imbalance and is trading higher. And YM, same deal. It's created relative equal highs now. ES left liquidity waiting there to the upside. So it's possible that we're going to get stopped out here pretty violently here. Engineered relative equal highs on NASDAQ now. Same on the Dow. There's relative equal highs there. no evidence that we're going to drop out by any means, but if we do, it's going to be fast. Buy side imbalance keeps on getting bought up there, if you noticed that reaction at this buy side imbalance. Let's see, Monday midnight. Hey, good morning. I am Ipta Trader. Sorry I missed you there. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Good to see you. Kirk, good to see you. So it keeps on getting bought up at that buy side imbalance. So I'm guessing if it accumulates here, it's going to, if we see displacement higher, then it's going to stop me out and then we're going to head higher. I mean, hopefully it didn't just stop me out just to stop me out and head lower, but. And 1 minute Sibi, 1 minute candle. We're seeing some movement higher. So far, I want to see if, okay, so we just got low, high, lower, low. So now we have some movement into this Sibi, displacement higher. Okay, that's good. We'll re-enter, but flip our position here. And we will look for movement higher now. Since we saw a shift in market structure there. Oh boy, maybe we were wrong. We might be very wrong, and they just stopped us out. That is so aggravating, but that is expected. I mean, look at where exactly it went to. Had to close out of that. Okay, let's try the short again. We will aim for that relative equal low there. Yeah, it is. It keeps on getting bought up right ping-ponging between these two is what it's doing right now. It's obviously not fun. But it does look like it's going to head for that relative equal low down there. So as long as it holds through this BISI and continues to not be supported at this BISI. Oh my goodness. So maybe this is, I mean, usually you'd get a better beat on the market, but I mean, what a, it's just ping-ponging between these two, very, very much so. It's heading up to imbalances. I think that if it was going to go for any liquidity, the easier one would be to the downside. But I mean, it's holding at this buy side imbalance quite well, surprisingly. Look at exactly, it's like almost exact to the tick Sibi here. Came back down to it. Have not created a higher high just yet, but did take that sell side out. So just getting ripped left and right here. All right, so we'll stick to our guns here. Okay, so we need to see price. It has to break through this SIBI, or sorry, this buy side imbalance. It just keeps on, orders keep on getting slammed here. So, I mean, these shorts, this might not be a good shorts day. Yeah, that entry was an impulse entry. I shouldn't have entered there. This is how you get squeezed out, folks. You trade rusty. So we traded down to that SIBI, that buy side imbalance again. It does look like it's gonna end up heading higher, so I'm gonna close out and wait for a return. Oh wait, these aren't copying over to sim. Whoops, that's weird. Let's try this again. Okay, so now we've treated that sell side imbalance as an inversion fair value gap. We don't want to see it go below that inversion fair value gap anymore. And we saw that it respected this buy side imbalance, respected this sell SIBI here as an inversion fair value gap, and are now heading back upwards. So we will aim for, what we're going to aim for next is going to be this area here. And given the nature of how price is flowing, I will leave this here. Probably take 10 off at the rejection block here. Actually, it probably is going to end up taking that out, to be fair. So I think 10 off at this high over here is reasonable. And now we're reaching that that breakaway gap. I thought was a breakaway gap before, which it did end up giving us some room there. But now we're gonna see price. We see this kind of as a true displacement here to the back to the upside, our original idea, right? So we want to see this treated as a inversion fair value gap now. So this, we don't want to see price head too far below this here, and we want to see bearish, bullish order blocks respected here. So we want to see us respect that bearish, bullish order block. Sorry. Remove that there. take a few profit targets here. And then let me see where the other profit target is. At the height of that SIBI, it should be right around here. And let's see what dollar's doing as well. Hey, what's up, Forex Ragnar? The dollar is still rising-ish, but it is reaching a point of inflection potentially. So original bias, of course, was that we were going to head up towards that draw on liquidity being 17,631, just given the nature of it, but let's see if it actually works out in our favor or not. Now, if this stops us out, we are probably done for the day, and I need to end up heading off for work. So we want to see this supported as an inversion fair value gap here if it heads down to it. We want to see that supported there. We don't want to see it just come back up to this 1 minute or 5 minute SIBI and then completely drop out. We want to see it bust open here. Difficult trading conditions here. I think if I stayed on the 15-minute or 5-minute and only traded to liquidity, I might have a better shot on this account. But if this heads lower than this inversion fair value gap here, then we are screwed. We need to really be careful here. We don't want it to head lower than that inversion fair value gap here. We want it to stay above this one here. If it drops below this, then we are in trouble. $15-minute chart. So we definitely have broken above. So we can still hold for the time being, but again, like if it breaks below that inversion fair value gap, we're pretty much done. My weekly bias was that we are going to head lower, but I think that we can aim for this draw on liquidity first. Or at least this one here, potentially. But if this doesn't respect this inversion fair value gap, then I would be really careful here. In fact, I'm going to take off more when we get to that area of liquidity. No guarantee it's going to head all the way up to 17,631. So it doesn't look like it's going to respect this inversion fair value gap. I mean, it is being bought up. So far it's respecting it, but on the 5-minute chart, this SIBI pretty much got traded up to and then headed back down. Void, I think my entries are a bit rushed. Mine are as well. On Mondays, it's really tough to figure out what the bias is. I mean, you saw like, you know, this price is ping-ponging up and down, up and down. So it's just really difficult to tell what direction it's going to choose for the day, for the week as well, right? So far, dollar index continues to rise. So we saw price head back down to take out that inversion fair value gap there. And I think that like waiting until Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is probably going to be the easiest way to see where price has gone. Where is the power of 3 happening for the week? What is this weekly candle actually doing? So right now, it's a green candle, right, on the weekly chart. And we saw it trade lower at the beginning of the week, and now it's trading higher, right? So our thesis was that it would trade potentially lower down here. As in Monday, if we trade higher on Monday, then we're going to treat that as a Judas, like the initial like upswing before a downswing expansion. Now, this week is really tough. We go for base hits and not home runs till FOMC. Yeah, I think you're right, Boyd. I think that there might not be a major expansion beyond this, you know. This might be, it might not even get there. It might only get to here. It might only get to the this hourly. It might only get to this hourly rejection block here, right? So in actuality, it'd be better if you set your stuff there. Wait, why do I have a 30 cell limit? Hold on. Cancel. There we go. All right, so it doesn't look like this is gonna be holding. I don't know what's going on here. This is such a confusing day. Five to 10 points ideal. Yeah, I could see that. So let's see if it goes for that sell side liquidity or if it just squeezes people out left and right. So it came up to that SIBI and rejected from there on the 5-minute chart. So where are its sell side liquidities next? Well, it's down here. This short-term low is a possible target, right? If it's going to head down there, it could completely just bust open to the upside as well. About 10, 11 minutes till news embargo. So we'll see if it wants to run for this liquidity pool beneath here or not. So let's see if this, again, this buy side imbalance was pretty strong back here. Let's see if it holds. Price is dripping lower though, so it does look like it's going to aim for those sell side liquidities now. I mean, this is a strong BISI, so let's see. What would be crazy if it just completely supports it here and rebounds completely and just takes out all the shorts here. That would be absolutely savage. But if we see us continue lower and break bottom below that, I will take that and add more to the downside as we approach liquidity. So I want to see this now reached, and I want to see us reach for some of that imbalance down there. So we immediately rebalanced off of that. That's a good sign. So now we should be aiming for that that lower short-term low pool of liquidity. Further down there. Okay, so it can reverse here, obviously. So be careful here. Definitely can reverse here. If we see it go, it's going to aim for it quickly. It's going to aim for that short-term low quickly, way down there, that liquidity pool down there. We need to see it break below here with some fervor, otherwise it might reverse. Yeah, I agree, Void. Seek and Destroy is pretty gross. It's pretty gross action here. So we're gonna see. Okay, so that's a little bit of a fight here. There's a little bit of fight here. If we see some movement higher, we're gonna choke up our stop loss and get stopped out in profit so we don't lose. I disconnected again, which is great. I hope price is still doing its thing, but 17,540.25. All right, well, looks like we are trying to reconnect again. I can't see what's happening right now. I'm disconnected again. I can't take profit right now because it literally is not letting me connect. My rhythmic is dead. It's fucking internet. Excuse my language. I'm having so many issues with this. It's so annoying. Rhythmic is down. Everything's just down right now. Ugh, what is going on? Okay, you can still hear me. Okay, good, Jay Whitway. Good. So what we want to see is a run on that sell side liquidity pool. There's relative equal lows down there. So we want to see a run on that stops, especially since we want to see this buy side imbalance serve as a serve as an inversion fair value gap. Now, what's interesting is that the bearish order blocks above, those were actually respected. So that leads me to believe that we will likely get our targets achieved on the downside. Going down potentially to that sell side imbalance there. Or sorry, that buy side imbalance beneath us. This one here on the hourly chart. Potentially. Okay, all my data's back. Okay, good. So it took sell side. There's no reason for it to have to continue taking sell side. I can't imagine it doesn't want to take that sell side out given the behavior of price action at these earlier sell side imbalances. With this liquidity pool, I imagine it would want to take this out first, given that there's so much resting here, just waiting, resting. Also, the rest of this buy side imbalance. So what I do like about this is there's this buy side imbalance here as well. Coupled with a bullish order block down there. So I think short side is probably the less the side that has the most risk right now. I don't know if it will respect this or not, or head down to the discount one, but it does look like we're starting to engineer relative equal lows down here, right? That's what it looks like to me. But let's see what happens in about 1 minute when the news embargo gets released. Because we are gonna be heroes. Okay, so 5 minute took out that short-term low, 15 minute took out a short-term low there. Doesn't look like it wants to do very much right now. Price is just consolidating. 8:30 a.m. news embargo is out. Price is consolidating in this area. Let's see, candle closes below here. Movement lower is getting bought up a little bit, but we'll see exactly how much we get this movement lower. So not much. Dollars moving higher. Or lower, rather. So we want to see if it's going to sweep that liquidity pool down below there. This is a W for Johnny Lee Lin. Okay, so we're seeing some movement. We need to see it savagely move below that relative equal low there. And if so, we will take all of our profit there and be done. And that's it. That's all we will do. It is an obvious liquidity pool in my mind, but we've seen some savage rips higher, right? If we do see a run on liquidity, it's possible that at that level, it just, you know, it's possible it doesn't even get to that level and that it just kind of just peters out there. Maybe it doesn't even get to that. I don't know, but we'll see. But being this close to it, I can't imagine it doesn't want to dip down and take out that liquidity first. If it's going to head higher, then it would be much better for it to take out that relative equal low first. Okay, so we're inching down towards that. That buy side imbalance is suspect, okay? So be careful. Price can reach that buy side imbalance and just bounce from there. It doesn't have to go down to that relative equal low that we marked out here. It can. I'd prefer it to, but it doesn't have to because there's a buy side imbalance here on the hourly chart. Right? Right there. So we should see some big green, big black, red candles soon to take out that low and to really just stop hunt. It might fake some people out by going higher here, but just to take out some shorts, late shorts. But I have a feeling, I mean, it's gonna aim for that at some point. It might take out some late shorts here, though. Okay. So we're gonna keep an eye on this. So we should see some big black candles now to take out sell side liquidity, resting liquidity pool, a relative equal lows. All right. We want to see it really nasty fall. We want to see a nasty fall into that liquidity pool now. It should be if it's a really quick one, that's okay. We have had our long limit orders there for quite a long time. And what we don't want to see is we don't want to see big green candles now. Like that would be the worst if we saw big green candles right now. That'd be so bad. Dollar is rising. That's good. Okay. That's not what we wanted to see. We might not get down there, folks. So right now it's building a base here. So now it's built up that liquidity pool down there as well. So we have to be really careful here because if it spikes above that 5-minute bearish order block, then we need to close the trade, because it's not going to aim for that. It's not going to give us that short-term low down there. So we have to be really careful here. So manage this trade. We are not looking for it to go lower than that buy side imbalance on the hourly, because it's coupled with a bullish order block here that has been traded to once before. So here it's getting people long. We know it hasn't taken out liquidity to the downside yet. And so market wants to get people take out shorts so that they can really drop the price quickly when they want to aim for this liquidity pool down here. So right now they're taking out late shorts, right? Late shorts keep on getting taken out. So let's see a big move. Let's see a big move downwards soon, please. Okay, so they're building a support right above the sell side liquidity. I've seen this many times. And over on dollar, they reached a rejection block on the 15-minute. There is still a buy side liquidity that could occur there. So over on NASDAQ, we're seeing this price accumulate. I would prefer to see it drop first into that relative equal low liquidity pool. Let me see if I'm missing something. So this is not what we want to see. We don't want to see this. If it doesn't respect that bullish order block there, then we need to be, or this bearish order block here, then we need to be really careful. I think it might not. It might trade all the way back up into that 5-minute SIBI before it takes people out. It's possible, rather. Okay. So a little bit of consolidation here. Some late shorts are building. It's building sentiment that, hey, this is a support, basically, is what I see. And what time of day is it? 6:50, or sorry, 8:40. We're almost at the 8:40 mark. So we'll see if it leaves that open to be taken for New York Open, or if it takes it before New York Open to head higher. Those are a couple of options that could occur based on the hourly chart. All right, so that's good. We want to see that type of candle. That's good. We want to see that continue lower into our sell side liquidity. And we are taking all of our position off once it takes out that sell side liquidity. So all those people that went long thinking that's a support, they just got stopped out there or are in the process of being stopped out, trying to gain a little bit more here. And so the top of that BISI, not the low here, the top of that BISI got attacked here. So we should see a little further movement shortly to take out that short-term low. The liquidity pool there is still valid. So big black candle is what we want to see. And there we go. Okay, so that was a tough morning session. We were in the red. We ended up positive $136 on our performance account, but it was not a sexy play, right? So we are out of all positions. I'm going to check to make sure I'm out of all positions. I am. And yeah, so that was this sell side liquidity. We targeted fine. Now we need to see, does this respect this hourly order block that's in a premium? Remember, this is in a premium from this swing low to swing high. I wouldn't expect it to respect it, but it is possible if it is very bullish. What is better is if you target this buy-side imbalance on the hourly chart. I would prefer to see us maybe trade below this for open. Look for price to head down into this area for the open, and then look for evidence of, on the really low time frames, look for evidence of market structure shift when you get down into this internal range liquidity. Keep in mind that we have not made a higher high. So this no longer is, I guess I should make this a little bit clearer here. Give me a second here. Let me go on to the higher time frame charts. Let's see. A weekly chart. So this movement up, I'm seeing as a Judas swing. So 17,409, that 25 is actually my draw right now, because we have not, oops. Because we have not been making higher highs, I'm going to take this sell side, the high of this 17,409.25. It's a short-term low sell side liquidity, right? We are still heading higher, but we took out a major level last week. So I would like for us to aim for this area and maybe 17,235, this midpoint here, 17,235.25. I like those as a weekly move. Because I'm seeing those as a previous weekly SIBI that's balanced now. So I would like for us to trade down to that if at all possible, first. So sorry, I missed a lot of chats there. Let me go back and look. Jay Whitway gonna wait for a better setup. Cool, good job. You took my stop loss. Better take TP. I was looking for my profit target at those liquidity pools, right? So knowing where those liquidity pools gives you a better sense of, and then seeing what happened here, that kind of keyed me off, that it went up into this breakaway gap, which didn't actually break away. It came back up to refer to it. And we saw institutional order flow entry drill here. So that's what kind of keyed me off that we were probably going to target this area. But right now you can kind of see prices beginning its consolidation before 9:30 a.m. open. So so that being said, I like this area here. So you can kind of see lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. And now TBD on what's going to happen here. It's scrunching in right now. So look for evidence, like meaning further displacement higher if you are long. And then if you are short, you have short-term low, sell side liquidity 104.9, and then 17,235. This is a nice area here. You are gonna probably see this taken out in one of the events this week. So keep an eye on this, because this is a low resistance liquidity run that if it comes down high, low, higher, high, and then we see a displacement below here, you can bet your ass if it comes back to this mitigation block, it's going to aim for this set of bullish order blocks. Excuse me. Let's see. Sweat short from low. I think it's going to leap ping pong. Yeah, but Jay Whitway, the ping pong that we saw was ultimately further south. At the end of the day, we were seeing that on the 15-minute. We were seeing that on the E-mini S&P chart as well. Very suspect because it had gotten really, really close to taking out. Like this high, these highs here are super suspect. Super suspect. So I'm not fully bearish today, but let's see how FOMC, let's see how, like, jolts, all that occurs. Let's see. I am ICT. 39-minute first month of 2024 is closing and opening the second month this week. Non-farm payroll protocols in play. Oh, cool. Is he ICT like putting something on community notes or something? Let's see. No, 4 days ago. Maybe that was on Twitter or something like that. Did ICT post something on Twitter? Let's see. ICT. Big news. Don't get burned. First month of 2024 is closing and opening up the second month this week. Non-farm payroll protocols in play. Monday is a trading day. I take part in NFP weeks. Professional gets their honey by Wednesday AM session. Leaves the gambling to the gamblers on Thursday and Friday. Yeah. So we got our bread for the day. We got out of drawdown and we were able to profit $136. That's good. So that's good. Jay Whitway can hear you. Void, come on, price drop. Thank you, Void. Appreciate the good vibes. You made the price drop. So appreciate your help there. Let's see what else we got here. Hamza, coincidence. We have the same entry. Great. Good to see you. Good to see you, Hamza. Sorry I missed you there. Bentahar, good morning. Good morning. What's your bias for the day? Well, if we are going to have a short week into the first week of February, I would prefer us seeing a big movement lower. Liquidity has been taken to the buy side, so naturally I'm looking for evidence to the sell side. We're not out of the clear yet, but if we start to see displacement during these weeks, that's going to key me off that potentially for the next 3 or so months, the quarterly shift is going to shift bearish. That's my potential. Now, February happens to be a bullish month in general. So that is very much so something I consider. Seasonal tendencies. I have to get ready for work here. Seasonal tendencies are in play. And so now I see this movement here. High, low, or low, high, lower, low on the 1 minute time frame. So if you start to see displacement above this, this is a breaker. It doesn't have to last very long, but nevertheless, it reached a lower time frame buy side imbalance. We traded above, let me see what the high is here, 17,543.50. You can kind of treat this as a relative equal high, I suppose. Traded above that, came down to a buy side imbalance here, and traded above here. Now, if it trades above here, then you'll have your key. You'll have your note and kind of like tipping off that, hey, if we see displacement above here, I can set a limit order buy at this point and target an internal range liquidity, meaning this SIBI here, followed by this bearish breaker. Because why? Why do I not target this? Why do I not target this or this? Price has not been respecting short-term highs. In fact, it's only been making short-term lows, right? Overall. So here, we're in this consolidation range. You have to be really nimble because 9:30 a.m. open, it could drop it down into this area here. So keep your eyes out for that, okay? I'll keep the 15-minute kind of like this on the chart. While I do like these for overall weekly draw on liquidity for today, I mean, for today, it does kind of feel like we might head back into this area and maybe aim for higher highs, something like that. Maybe engineer relative equal highs and then drop it in the next day. I don't know. It's tough to say on a Monday. Bentahar, nice trade. Johnny Lee, thank you. Let's see. What do you mean? That shaver top candle was a huge clue. I don't follow candle pin, candle patterns anymore, but that's cool. If you do and it works, then great. Nice, bro. Okay, good. Shave candles have power up or down. Something in my toolbox helped me trade. Cool. That's cool. On the weekly, Delphine, you don't separate the fair value gap of January 16 into quadrants. Let's go to the weekly chart. January 16th. I believe this is the one that you're talking about here. Let's see. This doesn't give me dates on the weekly, so that kind of is a bummer. Yeah, 16th. Okay, yeah, this week here. Okay, yeah, that has to be the week on the weekly, right around that BC there. Yeah, this has to be the one. So Delphine asks, do you separate the fair value gap into quadrants? Yes, I do. I just don't have it on this chart, but this gives you an idea. Oops. Separating it into quadrants gives you an idea of how it could potentially trade to on its way down. Now, Delphine, what I'm also thinking is that FOMC, because we're trading higher on Monday, jolts and FOMC is going to likely bring this down. But I don't think it's going to happen today, though. So more so looking for these quadrants later on in the week to target. And the 50% mark happens to line up with the 17,235 as well. So yes, I do separate major, big weekly fair value gaps into quadrants for sure. I just didn't have it on my this screen on this weekly, because weekly Fibonacci's tend to take up a lot of room, a lot of time. Let's see. I didn't know. 1 hour imbalance and discount. I'm looking for buys. 8:50 a.m. Sorry, I missed that, Jay Whitway. 8:50. 1 hour BISC imbalance in discount. Okay. Yeah, this one potentially, right? Obviously, you could have nailed about 10 points off of this run up, but it's not seeing displacement higher, right? That's the key here is, do we see displacement higher? Look to see if you see displacement higher first, because that's going to give you your 2022 model, and that's going to key you off on whether or not this truly was the low and that we're going to take this higher. Otherwise, it's going to drop down into this area, right? So you have this hourly fair value gap here, and you can tell that, and even this hourly one, you can swing grade these hourly ones as well, just as well, so you get an idea of how far down it can come down to if you are bullish, right? So 17,511 is a potential area. I like this area here with new week opening gap. That's right around optimal trade entry as well. Now, what you have to be careful of is if it blasts through this, you have what? Relative equal lows down here, right? On a week where sell side liquidity has continued to be taken, right? So, and then once you break through that, you've got these new week opening gaps it could ping pong through. Once it breaks through that, then you have this short-term low. It's going to be messy. I think it's going to be messy, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Didn't know that. I was thinking the opposite is power 3. Thought the bottom wick was manipulation to make the top wick for correcting me. Oh, yeah. No, Void, you're not wrong. You are not wrong at all. I mean, if we look at the new week opening gap, this can start lower and then just trade up the rest of the week, right? But why would it do that? Why, after taking out a long-term high on the monthly, why would it have a reason to take buy-side liquidity again? It's already taken, right? Buy-side liquidity's already been taken. So why would we need to go higher is the question, right? Unless we're heading higher on day one to head lower later, right? So that's kind of like the question that I ask myself with these. So if we look back on this day, we headed higher on Monday, we headed lower on Tuesday, and then we traded higher for predominantly the rest of the week. Roughly, it was a green candle, right? So you can kind of see how it didn't trade much below the new week opening gap until Tuesday. So you could see similar things here on this week. If we go look back at this, if we look back at this this week, right? This is an old new week opening gap. We traded lower briefly, then we traded higher, and then we slammed down, and then ultimately ended the week insanely higher. So you have to take Mondays with a grain of salt. It is possible that this is the low of the week, but you have to give time and price grace to look for if a low of the week's formed on Tuesdays or Wednesdays, right? X post, yeah, okay, gotcha. Thanks, Jay Whitway. Delphine, thanks, Delphine. No. Yeah, absolutely, and I appreciate. I love the things that Delphine sees. Sometimes I don't see. So, yeah, those are really good observations. I think maybe streaming also maybe that impacts what I see as well, but definitely good eye there, Delphine. So look at how it failed. Look at how this potential bullish bullish breaker failed here. So what is it going to go for next, right? This is a failure here. This, what is this? What is that level? You see that? We broke below it, right? Took out a sell side liquidity, traded up to what? What is this value? The high 17,550. What's the highs here? 17,550, 17,550, 17,550. Inversion, fair value gap there. Boom. So, so I think we're going to head back down into this area. Remains to be seen if it's going to run for this, but be careful. Be careful going long. If you will go long, you know, take your 10 points in profit and run, because we haven't been making short-term highs, right? 4-hour chart. Easier to see. We have not made a higher high for quite some time. And what's resting below here now? You've got new week opening gap. You've got relative equal lows down here. You've got a short-term low further down here as well. Huge amounts of liquidity, rather buy-side imbalance, sell-side inefficiency. Inefficiency and sell-side delivery down there. That's why my overall picks are to the downside, weekly draws. But don't let, if you see a long though, you know, take it. Take it if it's in your model. I think the money's going to be made to the short side. That doesn't mean it can't go long and spike up first, right? Give you a little Judas swing first. But be careful going long, I would say. Void at Void. Phoenix says at Void. Yes, that works as well as a combination of power of 3. Thank you for sharing. Lions Fit at Delphine. I have a 2 p.m. breaker as bearish, at least the first run lower price action. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. You'll have to give a specific time frame. Are you on the hourly? Are you on a 15-minute, 5-minute, 1 minute? Void, that's what I love. Even the chat is so insightful in this stream. Hell yeah. I love this stream. You guys are the best. I'm lucky that I have you guys here. This is great. We have what, like 25 or so people? 17. Oh, thank you very much for the likes. Appreciate it. Take your money and run. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's going to be it. I need to go get prepared for the day. Sorry, wife's texting me. All right, there we go. All right, so I think that's it for me this morning. I'm going to close this off. I will study this price action later. I'm gonna close this off for the time. Well, whatever. It doesn't really matter. This draw is still here. Let me see if I can move this over here so you can see that 17,409. That's my draw for the week, and then the weekly balance price range high. Let's see. I think Void, ABS Phoenix, I think found out why when shaved candle and mid-range have power to push one side, but in the key area, BS behave. Concept power of 3 depends on the key area, yeah. Hamza, you're the best. Don't forget to hit the like button, guys, for support. Yeah, I appreciate it, Hamza. So this buy-side imbalance is accumulating here. So if you see displacement above, maybe this can still be a potential valid breaker, but you need to wait for displacement and watch for displacement, right? So, okay, so let's see. We've already referred to this. I'm gonna remove that. I'll remove this as well. You can have that on your charts if you want, but I'm just gonna keep a naked chart, as naked as I can be. This SIBI I will also remove so that you can see the chart a little more cleanly. Okay, so this is what we have here. All right, so that's it. Gotta go, bro. See you next time. Hey, good having you, Jay Whitway. I have to head out too. Void, when Johnny smashed TP, I smashed the like button. Nice. Appreciate that. All right, so folks, I have to head off for work. Thank you very much for watching the stream. You don't have to stay on. I appreciate the support, but good luck trading today. Should be some good moves, and it does look like this BISI's holding, so you do have liquidity to the upside that potentially could rip. So, yeah. Thank you so much for watching, and we will catch up throughout the day. I'll be here on chat. I won't be able to pay attention all the time because of my meetings, but I will be around. So drop questions in the chat if you need to, if you want to. I'll try to get back to them as quickly as I can. I'll be watching from the side, but I'm not going to be, I probably won't be, let me clean this up here. I probably won't be taking any more trades unless I have like a good one during break time. So thank you so much. Take care, everybody. Trade safe today, and we'll talk soon. See ya.